with Entombed. And if you could barely hear me, it's because my microphone was all the way on the other side of my desk. That was Deftones with Entombed, off the Koi no Yoken I was about to say soundtrack. Man, my mind is mush today. That soundtrack, there was no movie for Koi no Yoken, it's just the album name. Anyway, we can get started. I am still not entirely sure what I'm going to stream on Halloween. I've been thinking about it, and I just can't decide. I'm almost thinking maybe just Gmod, because I did do that one year, and they have like a nice selection of horror maps and stuff. Oh yeah, it's this map. And I cleared out the start of this. Oh yeah, without the infinite height, you can just go... Actually... Can you just go in here? Nah, that's the intended way. The intended way from the original is still there. But yeah, because these things have an infinite height, they technically block your path. Hey, Looney. Ah. I'm almost... Yeah, screw it. I'll pick it up now. This level, I think, maybe other than the height, is relatively unchanged. I have a backup. That's good. Oh yeah, and the textures, of course. And when I say textures, that's the original PlayStation look, not the, Obviously the textures are different in the Doom 64 add-on. Oh yeah, and the lighting, but of course, lighting was always different. I was actually ready to go around 6. The whole reason why I'm maybe like 15 minutes late was literally because I was looking for music to play. Just the two of them taking bites out of me took away 50 health. It's actually kind of cool that on this difficulty, pinkies are at... Because pinkies, unless they're used in a certain way, they're pretty much just fodder in Classic Doom. Because they're melee only. In fact, I actually think they're the only class, or they're the only monster that's melee only. So they're not really there to cause damage, they're mainly there just to block you in. And that's the most effective way of using them when you're making a map. And it usually has to be like 2 or 3 of them that are blocking you into a wall. But because they move relatively slow by default, they're not really that much of a threat. But on this difficulty, they're at double their speed. Which I also know there's another difficulty for Classic Doom called UV Max, there where you can actually make... I think it's just them in particular that makes them faster. But I could be wrong about that. Because on this difficulty, every monster is faster. With Pain Elementals in particular, that is very noticeable. Okay, we took that one, so if we need to come back here, I'm probably just gonna use these, or use the side entrance. Not that I really have to respect the rules, but in this case. But I will. Yeah, all that ammo I used, I pretty much got back. I already know you can get squished here. Yeah, this Crusher has gotten me more times than I care to admit. And now it could potentially get me again because I'm doing this part over, because fuck that Caco Demon. And he is being a notorious little bitch, too. Actually, that might be a good idea to get this now, but I'll wait. I can never remember where any of these go at any given time. Thankfully, I chose correctly. Was this always here in the original? Yeah, it was. I just don't use it very often. Because I actually remember finding this when I did Amalgam. That actually made my heart jump to my stomach. Because once again, I forgot about the Crusher. Like how to spike that barrage. I didn't kill any of them. You know, I would love nothing more than to get a lot of this armor back because it's still mega armor. I'm dead. Yeah, and that's why you save frequently. Death Pit. Which otherwise is not a death pit if you just take care and actually look for the switch. You have to pick it up. Or it's a lot harder without free look. Hey, Leperdic. This part's also kind of cheap. If you have the infinite height, you're basically forced to go down there. How did Saturday night? It was just, my one friend. The other one kind of forgot that, we were trying to make plans, and he made his own plans. So it's just my one friend that I hung with. It was fun. We didn't do much. We just pretty much caught up. The problem with that night, though, and that was all me. I ate way too much. To the point where I'm pretty sure I had indigestion for, like, the rest of the night, because, I felt sick. It was not food poisoning, though. If it was food poisoning, I would have felt a lot worse than I did. That was definitely just tummy ache. Because I ate too much. It was really good food, to be fair. It was, like, loaded... We had loaded nachos as an appetizer because I was hungry. I was trying not to eat much. Like, the time of day when I eat, is kind of, like, awkward. Since I sleep during the day. Since I work at night and I keep my sleep schedule consistent. So, I ate very little so that I would be hungry for dinner. And so, yeah, I ate a little too much. It was the loaded nachos, and then I had an incredibly good bacon cheeseburger with, like, blue cheese. It was, like, insanely good. And it was huge. Like, it was a specific type of beef as well. Like, the best quality beef you could, probably get on a burger. Yeah, Wagyu. That was it. Which I don't think I've ever had before. But yeah, that, and I had like a mixed drink that included Crystal Head vodka, which I haven't had in a while. So yeah, that was a lot of calories I had that night, and my stomach is not used to that intake in a very short amount of time. So, as good as that food tasted, I felt a wee bit sick afterwards. More so to do with the fact that I just could not control myself. I don't know why, but I thought there was armor in there. Technically, I could leave now, but I want to explore the rest of the level. I already did that part. Pinkies look like almost completely different monsters in this, lighting. They actually look more terrifying in this lighting. I don't remember what the last secret is. Actually, I'm surprised I even found all the ones that I did. I know this level for the most part. Mostly just this room that I remember. I could swear there was a room that had a bunch of armor bonuses in it. I don't remember what that room was, though. If I can't find it, I'm just gonna pick up. Yeah, I'm just gonna pick up a set of armor. Regular armor. Oh, it was this room. You know what? My armor is so low, though. I should just pick up a regular armor. If I can remember where one is. I think one's out here. There was a mega armor out here. I think there was a normal one as well. Unless I picked that one up too. Nope, there it is. Pick up the armor bonuses and then I can just leave. I don't care about the last secret. I don't think it's right there. I think that's just a line. Oops. Yeah, technically with this level, you only need... The red key is mandatory, but you only need either the yellow or the blue. And then you can just leave. Actually, this is a little different. I think... Because I remember in Classic Doom, you don't need any of the keys, I don't think. I mean, technically you do. The intended, way to finish it is that you need 2 of the 3 keys, but if you know how to do the squeeze trick, you don't need any. Which I think is dependent on you not having free look on. I don't know if it's engine dependent though. I don't think it is. Or source port dependent. I think you can do it in any source port. But I could be wrong about that. Oh yeah, now unlike the last level that was practically unchanged, this level is almost completely changed in terms of the height. Because this is like... this is half the height of the original. I don't need to get that, but good to know it's there. Oh yeah, this level wasn't even in PlayStation Doom proper. They just... This is a lost level, so they recreated it. You know what? I don't even need to do that part. I'll just go straight here. Nor do I even need to go in there. I think it pops up anyway. The second, yeah. Hey, you guys could start infighting anytime now. Guys? You're gonna there you go. That last one was for good measure. I don't need that soul sphere just yet. Now, in the original version of Gacha, there's an arc vial here. But he doesn't seem to be here this time. That's good to get now. I actually thought there'd be something there. Yeah, mainly because this is a room from hell. In multiple ways. Not just the obvious one. Hey, buddy. Gift for you. Okay, this time. Save. They still took 50 health away. Yeah, I'm getting that now. One of the secrets was where that Berserk pack was, so there's really only a few that I'm missing. Where did he come from? Oh, it must have came from here. I'll come back for that, because I still have Mega Armor. That actually wasn't even a secret. I didn't think about that until now. Again, I'll wait. Yeah, what secrets am I actually missing? Probably that one right there. Yeah, that up there. Or not. I don't think the wall back there... Hold on, let me just explore a bit. I don't think anything back here leads to anything. Yeah, it doesn't. I got back there already. This was the other secret that I got. I wonder, what would... Where would 5 more secrets be on this map? This is not a big map. Yeah, this is not a level where I typically go secret hunting. Which, it's actually would be important eventually to know where the secrets are, because I'm gonna need those if I do pistol start. If I do pistol start, it might only just be... I wouldn't close myself off to the idea of doing, like, the rest of the series. But there would probably be a big gap between, like, Doom 2 and the rest of the series, because... Doom 2, as it is, I'm not 100%, I'm not 100% there with the level design, so... In comparison to the original Doom. Do I really care enough? Because I'm wondering... Because I know the mansion's not a secret level, it's a bonus PlayStation level. I think I'll do a bit of exploring out here. Okay, I know where one of the secrets is. Actually, fuck it. Still didn't help at all. I have to back up a little bit so I get those lost souls. Oh. I think that's where most of them were. You know, I'm almost wondering. Do I teleport somewhere different if I go behind that? Because I don't typically go for this. Nope, it goes to the same spot. Where would the last two secrets be? I did remember that. I got that once before. Okay, I just saved. I'm just shooting to see if anything opens. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna go for the last two, though. Maybe... This might be one. It's not one. Never mind. That's one, somehow. I don't even need, because I have... Alright. Well, I know where 6 is, but I do not know where 7 is. I doubt 7's a secret level or anything useful. I think I'm just gonna leave. I actually just realized, I think I'm almost done this. I could probably finish this tonight. In which case, I have no idea what I'm gonna do on Wednesday. I guess I could do No Rest for the Living, but... Darkenstein? I could do Darkenstein. Because I think that would just take a day. And considering that I'm off of work this week, I could spend a little bit... Because I could spend a little bit of extra time tonight if I want to. I was tempted to actually do Mega Bonk tonight instead, because I wasn't sure if I was feeling up to Doom tonight. But then I decided, you know what, I'm almost done this. I might even finish it tonight.
The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. This sequence may not be aborted. All employees proceed to the emergency car at the bottom platform.
Hey John, thank you for the raid, man. How went Resident Evil Village? Welcome everyone. I'm playing one of my favorite things of all time. Holy shit. That was spicy. I see Twitch is actually doing something new now. They mark anybody that raided from the chat, including the raider themselves. Pretty well. I got spooked in the dollhouse, then working my way through the Moreau part. Yeah, not a lot really gets me anymore. Nothing really gets me. Like, the last time I think I was ever truly disturbed by something might have been the first time I watched Jacob's Ladder, which was like over a decade ago, where it was insanely intense. At least over it. Actually, I think I watched that in college, so that was like almost 20 years ago. They didn't really scare me, not even the baby. It was a really cool segment. But yeah, stuff like that doesn't really get me. The thing that gets me, like if I didn't watch, let's say if I didn't watch Welcome to the Game 2, and I played that going into it blind, that probably would have been something that would have genuinely terrified me, because when it comes to horror, paranormal stuff, because I've taught myself not to... Like, I'm very much aware of what's reality and what isn't, so stuff that isn't reality, I can still enjoy it without being afraid of it, and of course I can get spooked. But, I can't be, like, genuinely terrified if I'm, like, playing or watching something. It's rare. Jacob's Ladder was probably the one paranormal-ish type of thing, because it was mostly unknown, that genuinely terrified me, and like I said, that was almost 20 years ago that I first watched that. But stuff that's based in reality, like Welcome to the Game 2 kinda is, in a way. It's realistic fiction, almost. If I would have played like a game like that without watching it first, that would have genuinely terrified me. I actually am kicking myself that I watched it first, but I never knew those kind of games existed. Welcome to the Game 3 is delayed. I wish I didn't watch Dead Signal either, because Dead Signal is also a lot like that. Like, I have to stop watching his stuff. I think maybe... I don't think I would be able to finish those games, because once you get past the spooks, those look like incredibly frustrating games to play. So I would probably just play it for, like, one stream for the novelty. And then I'd be done. But I think it'd be worth it. Now, you know what thing terrifies me most about the game is the fucking breather segment from, Welcome to the Game 2. Again, if I would have played that without knowing that existed, I probably would have had to, like, take a break from the stream if I was streaming that blind. There's still one alive, I think. Might have taken the portal. Fuck. Yeah, this difficulty. So, for people that don't know about CE, it's basically it's fan remasters of PlayStation Doom, final PlayStation Doom, and Doom 64. This is technically PlayStation Doom, but they created an add-on that gives it a Doom 64 coat of paint. It actually gives some of the stuff from, that they added from Doom 64, like the chain guns. The chain gun's a little bit different. The chain gun fires like it does in Doom 64, because between the two games they're different. I think it's the same for the plasma gun, but I think all the other weapons are relatively unchanged. Maybe the BFG acts more like it does in 64. I'm not 100% sure on that. But the CE series adds 2 new difficulties. Hardcore, which is the hardest, even though it's not the last one listed. And Doomslayer difficulty. On PlayStation Doom CE and Final PlayStation Doom CE, they're called... It's Nightmare and Ultra Nightmare, respectively. Reason why I don't play... Well, Hardcore in Doom 64 CE doesn't have the respawning enemies. I think Nightmare still has the respawning enemies. I'm not 100% sure about that, though. Yeah, there's a Revenant that's still alive. I'm playing on Doomslayer / Ultra Nightmare. Which, if you play on it, you get bitch slapped by a Revenant constantly. No, if you play on it, every enemy is sped up to twice their speed. The pinkies are especially dangerous now. I think they take away more health on top of it. Or I think they hit harder. To balance that out, you get more ammo for every pickup. I also think you hit harder too, because a lot of enemies where it would take 3 rockets or like 3 super shotgun blasts, a lot of enemies only take 2 from those. So I think maybe certain enemies are balanced out. Maybe they have less health, or maybe you just do more damage. I think you do more damage. Where the slow rev rockets, you'd have to play it on ultraviolence. Ultraviolence is unchanged. It's just these 2 difficulties that are a lot harder. I played PlayStation Doom and Final PlayStation Doom CE before. I played them 2 years ago. But I'm playing at least the Doom and Doom 2 campaigns for this, because I didn't play Ultra Nightmare difficulty. I played it on UV. However, I've played Doom 64 CE multiple times on Doomslayer difficulty. Yeah, I kind of made it a tradition. It used to be Alice Madness Returns. Hey, Andrew. That I would play every year. And that was also mainly because I was hopeful that he'd be making a 3rd game, but since EA kind of cucked him on that, American McGee on that, I've kind of stopped playing Alice, and ever since they did Doom 64, ever since I discovered Doom 64 CE, ever since the Night Dive remaster, actually, I've been playing Doom 64 every year. But this year, I decided to do something different. Since I knew that, this add-on existed. And plus, I've been meaning to get back to playing this on the harder difficulties. I don't know if I'll ever play hardcore / nightmare, but again, I wouldn't rule it out. Right, I remember this. This part's incoming, like, death montage. Wrong one. Better than I thought. Thank God there's a megasphere there. If it's one thing this has been doing that makes Doom 64 CE a little harder. Now, this difficulty removes 99% of the invulnerability spheres. I think saw 1 or 2 in the Doom 1 campaign, but not any in this campaign. Doom 64 CE on Doomslayer difficulty and higher remove all of the megaspheres as well, and replaces them with soul spheres. This is not doing that, though. Steam is having a Halloween sale. I don't know if I'm gonna buy anything, because I've already spent quite a bit this month. But we'll see. Because I do have that, there was that, class action settlement that I got, and then, I've made a little bit more from some of the, overtime I've taken, so... I could probably afford to spend some more. Okay, what am I gonna do for this part? Probably this. Basically bullet hell. Basically bullet hell. I can do better than that. It's mainly this asshole that got me. What? Oh. I thought I was stuck. Still got 2 more, rad suits. Then I think the red key is over here. I have to get back up there. I killed everything on this level. Oh, red key is over here. Yeah, it's funny. I just had a random thought. Just whip out the Onmaker. Not that. But I just saw that comment. The Onmaker is not in, because like I said, this is just an add-on. It doesn't add in the Onmaker, though. Because I don't think they really wanted to implement a way to get the demon keys. The only way that I could see them doing that is by randomly replacing, BFG spawns. With the demon keys. I think that's kind of how Metadoom does it, but I'm not 100% sure about that. But yeah, that is the one thing missing from this. So we use the BFG a lot more as a result. Don't need to get that just yet. What was I gonna... Oh, yeah, I was going to say... There is another reason, which I probably mentioned before, why I tend to prefer the PlayStation sound effects over the original games. The first Doom mod that I believe I've ever played was a Christmas mod called Xmas Nightmare. I actually streamed it like 5 or so years ago. As like a revisit. Hasn't aged particularly well because it's unfinished, and you're also forced to use a certain version of GZ Doom that it's packaged with. But that was the first Doom. That was actually the first Doom mod I've ever even made a video about. It's like one of the oldest videos that I have on my YouTube channel. Yeah, rip GZ Doom. I can get into that after I'm done this thought, but because I've gotten into it already. But yeah, I have nostalgia particularly for like the door opening and closing sound effect from PlayStation Doom. Because that sound effect is used in Xmas Nightmare. And I like that mod. Well, I like that mod mostly because of how nostalgic it is. Yeah, I've always been... I've always really liked horror games. Survival horror games, mostly. Mainly the Resident Evil series. Because I grew up with it. Like, I played that when I was, like, 10 or 11. I did technically play PlayStation Doom. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest, if I played Classic Doom first before I've played PlayStation Doom. I played PlayStation Doom was one of the games that I believe my uncle had. The other was Resident Evil. He had a Beavis and Butthead game as well. And when we were kids, for a little while there, he had moved back in with his parents, my grandparents, because he was going through a divorce at the time. He didn't mind that we played his PlayStation, because I don't think he wasn't home for like most of the day anyway. And we didn't mess with the save files. But we eventually got our own PlayStation. I never actually got Doom on PlayStation. I only ever played his. I think I might have rented it once. But I did have Doom 64. I used to have a hard copy of it. And I explained that story, like, it was around the time Columbine eventually when Columbine happened, my parents didn't really know, like, what to do about that. So they got rid of our Doom games. We had already played them, so I think we were probably a little upset. But, I even talked about that with my mom, like, I would say, like, a few years ago. She didn't even remember that she did that. She even offered to buy the game again for me. I was like, no, if I want a hard copy of that game again, I'll just buy one myself. I have it again. It's just that I don't have, like, an original N64 copy of it. I have the remaster. I would love an original copy of it if people didn't charge an arm and a leg for it. It's like, you want to get, like, one that's in mint condition, it's like almost $600, I think. It's like, because I saw some that weren't even, like new, still in the wrapping and all that. It was going for hundreds of dollars. You get one without the case, just the cartridge itself, it's over 60. I was lucky I got PlayStation Doom and Final PlayStation Doom hard copies of both. I was lucky I got those for the prices that I did, because I feel they're going to get inflated eventually too. I think the whole reason why Doom 64 is going for so much now, it's because of the remaster, so people want copies of the original, so they're inflating the prices of it. The prices of classic games suck now. Like, they're way overvalued because people are treating that market like they treat knives in Counter-Strike 2. Yeah, I love this part. You know what's funny? This part's actually even worse in Maps of Chaos. Despite the fact that they're sped up in this version of this map. I had a much harder time with this in Maps of Chaos. Yeah, that's why I mentioned that. I watched Charlie's video on that. I think it's because... I think... Valve has done that before. I think... once they realize that it's kind of getting overbearing, that whole they don't want to basically run their own stock market, so eventually they just intentionally devalue the whole market. At least that's the theory that somebody had. And you know what, too? CoffeeZilla did a video on that as well. On his Voidzilla channel, and I haven't watched that one yet. I'm not worried because I was going to lose my armor anyway, and the Berserk Pack's right here. Yeah, all I can say is, I was actually talking with my mom about this. I am so glad I'm not prone to getting gambling addictions. I do not like, I'm not completely against gambling, it's just, I don't get much of a thrill out of it. Money's too important to me to, and I also, I've never been in a position where I feel like I've had fuck you money. I feel like, I'm kind of glad in that respect, too, because, otherwise I'd be developing very nasty habits. I've dealt with debt issues before. Going into debt via gambling is a very preventable problem. Also, I have... Well, I'm not sure if he would want me to say it, so I won't say... I know someone with a gambling addiction, I won't say who, though. But he's gotten it under control over the years, so... Yeah, the most I've ever... No, it's someone personally that I know, not someone in general. Ah, fuck off. I don't need my back scratched. That's a red key that I think I need. I think the next spot I need to go to is probably down here. Oh yeah, I should probably go back to the starting location. I can pick these up. this out, because it's probably just Hell Knights here, but I don't know if he replaced them with Barons that are originally here. Forgot about them, though. Forgot about them. Not even, they're just imps here. Oh. There's the Hell Knight. That was the last secret. Oh, right. Had a coworker with a gambling addiction. His bookkeeper showed up a couple of times, and he went for a walk to get away from him. One day he came with a busted shin after being out. Did he gamble with, like the Mafia? Because they're the type of people that do that. Holy shit, that's like doubly bad. If he came back to work with a busted shin, after going for a walk. Yeah, that sounds like Mafia shit. Oh yeah, there was that... I don't know, and the less I know, the better. Yeah, that's smart. That's another thing that's been interesting, too, that was happening, was... there apparently a gambling ring that involved... They said the Mafia. In the NBA. And you know what's funny about that is? I am not even remotely surprised. I knew that the Italian Mafia, they... Because law enforcement knows about it, too. The Mafia never... They will never die. They just go underground if they're going through hard times. They will always have, like, at least some sort of a presence. The main reason why you haven't heard about them in a long time is I think they're starting to get away from the drugs. The drug trade, because it's too hot. But gambling has always been kind of a thing for them. So yeah, you don't want busted shins, then don't deal with the Mafia. Well, that was one of my favorite things to study when I was in college. Oh, it's not a Mancubus this time. What's the Mafia? Exactly. Yeah, you're playing this part without any knowledge of, of Barrels of Fun. You're gonna struggle on this. I wonder if I should pick that up right now. I'll wait. I am genuinely surprised I didn't put a, Pain Elemental back here. They just have the Lost Souls. Alright, I should go back for that armor now. That is a terrifying sight, Jesus Christ. That's just a random sound effect, or is there a monster I didn't kill yet? No, I think that's the arc vial. He must have aggroed. There's a megasphere right here, so I'm not too worried. Or at least there's a soul sphere. There's something there. And this douche nozzle decided he wanted to be cheap and take 25 health, greater than 25 health away for like no fucking reason. I love chain gunners. Cheap ass motherfuckers. I love that sprite so much. Whoever made the arc vial sprite in that Doom 64 style, I both love and hate you. You make me want to see the arc vial, and I hate seeing the arc vial. The arc vial is my arc nemesis. That Revenant sprite, though, like all of the sprites now, like especially since they changed the Mastermind and the Chain Gunner, all of the sprites, they're like perfect representations of what they would be like if they were in Doom 64. Yeah, Mr. Happy. Use the chain gun if it wasn't for the fact that I didn't have enough ammo in it. Should have waited to come here. Wrong one. Oh, the damn... I have to find a new on-screen, chat messenger thing. I hate that that bugs out so much, because it keeps making me think that there's a new chat message when there isn't. Don't need that yet. That sprite's actually so good, too. I do my favorite Mastermind representation, though, is still Meta Doom. Because that's the only one that genuinely, like, it made my heart drop to my stomach the first time I ever saw that sprite. Also had the perfect reveal, too. Because, I don't remember what map pack I was playing, but it was basically like a nearly dark room that I had to run through. And then at the end of that room, the lights turned on, and I just saw that Mastermind sprite right in front of me. And it genuinely made me jump. What's the second secret on this level? Oh, you know what? It's probably that soul sphere, maybe. Yeah, not only that, it fits the Doom 64 aesthetic. I mean, it makes more sense because it makes more sense for the Mastermind to have something high tech like that. I think anyway, because like I know back then they probably just didn't think of it. It's just that you would think it would be the Mastermind that would have, like, the highest tech imaginable. So you would think that one would be the one with the plasma gun. However, hit scan's a bit more of a threat when it's coming from, and hey, Kako. Hit scan is more of a threat in terms of gameplay. Because you can't really dodge the shots. Chasm. How many rifts will we see today? Okay, we're at the hour-and-a-half mark, so this is gonna be a bit of an extended break, because I want to play a, I want to play a song, but I also want to go get a drink, and I can't do both. So I will be right back. The song that I'm playing is Periphery, Luck as a Constant. I'm pretty sure I played this one on stream before. Almost certain I did, but I like the song, and I don't play... It's not a single, so as far as I know. I said I was back. I left my mic muted. I was about to say, thankfully I didn't finish that thought. It's already Christmas before it's even Halloween. Because I am currently drinking Mad Elf. I bought a 6-pack of the regular stuff and a 4-pack of the Grand Brew. I'm having the regular stuff because the Grand Brew, as much as I love it, and as much as I think it tastes even better than the regular stuff, it's in a fancy glass with a cork. Or it's in a fancy bottle with a cork. Another lost level that was not in the OG. And that cork and corks in wine bottles are a giant pain in the ass to get off. Even with a really good... Even with a really good opener. It's equally as a pain in the ass. With that bottle. I'll probably have that tomorrow when I'm not streaming. I technically could stream tomorrow when I have a week off, since I have the week off, but I have to keep my workout schedule consistent. Sorry, I just took a sip. It's especially important this week since because I overate yesterday. I gained a couple of pounds. I have to burn that off now. I'm sure the beer is not helping, but I can get those pounds off. It's always interesting to see these levels with like half the height that the original had. I feel like in a weird way it makes these levels better. Because I don't know, I think them making them so big in the OGs was maybe a little bit arbitrary. Maybe they were kind of flexing their muscles with the engine. And that's probably why they made the level so big, so tall. But I'm only guessing. There's not really much of a reason to go for those. Well, this level wasn't even made with, made by the, Williams Entertainment devs. This was made by the CE team. And yeah, they know what's what. To be fair, though, I feel like they didn't design these levels and made this wider because this is a pain in the ass in the OG, because of how thin this is. I think they did it because... I think they mainly did it just because this is probably how they would have done it in the PlayStation release if this level were added. Because... between the frame rate and the graphics, it would be very tough to see a thin line to walk on. I mean, if I really wanted to be careful, I turn sprint off. Okay, John, thanks for stopping by, dude, and again, I appreciate the raid. You have a good night. Holy shit. He followed me in. Wait, is this gonna work the same way? I go in here. And no, I teleport to a place I don't want to go to yet. Now that brings it up. There we go. Good, they got stuck. I was looking at chat and I got hit. Hey, Mario. Dumb tough flies on fire, enough said, yeah. Sometimes having good peripheral vision works against you. I kind of forgot that that Berserk pack was there, but whatever. I honestly don't need that yet. Or that. I have plenty of stuff in reserve. Oh yeah, someone brought up RIP GZ Doom. I did talk about this before though, but yeah, for one, most people I would say the only I would say at this point the one of two things is probably going to happen to GZ Doom. It's never going to see another update, or no one's going to want to download it because of the AI coding. Any new versions going forward. Yeah, Graph just kind of single-handedly destroyed that entire source port with that update. I would love to use Uzi Doom. Yeah, on one of the dev builds on GitHub for GZ Doom, Graph after being absent for like I think a few years from the team for whatever reason, he suddenly came back, made some coding for a new version of GZ Doom without telling any of the other devs what he was doing. Uploaded it to GitHub, and everybody was instantly pissed off at it. Not only that, it creates a very serious legal issue. Because AI coding is derivative. AI cannot make original coding. So, and it also has to do with, I think, the type of license that the GZ Doom source port has. Like, I think it's supposed to be, it doesn't have to do with it being open source. Maybe it does. I forget exactly what the actual like description of it is as to why it opens it up to a serious legal issue. But yeah, as a result, all of the GZ Doom devs that were on the team, save for Graph, they all left. They're creating their own fork, which I would love to use. I don't really know how to use it because it doesn't have an executable. I did download Uzi Doom. I just don't know how to actually use it. They're making Uzi Doom while keeping in mind that they're trying to make it as compatible with all previous GZ Doom.
This can't be good for me, but I feel great.
This can't be good for me, but I feel great.
Like how the voice sounded there. Thank you for the 87 months nowhere. Holy hell. But yeah, I was just explaining how we're probably not going to get at least a good version, or any version at all of, potentially any version at all of, GZ Doom in the future. Just because one of the devs pulled a fucky wucky. Oops. I can't even believe I've been streaming for that long. When did I... Yeah, I didn't start when I was at my previous job. I started when I was already at my current job. I started streaming... Well, no, I'm... Did I start streaming? I started streaming before 2015. I think. I've been streaming for way longer than I've been an affiliate. Like, at least 2 or 3 years before they even had the affiliate. The ability to be an affiliate. I was a WoW streamer. And before you ask, yes, I showered regularly. Yep, partner or nothing. Now, you don't even have to be an affiliate to monetize your stream, because they want to make money off of everybody. Not just affiliates. So now everybody gets ads. Yep, I think you have to, like, you have to put in your information like everybody does if you want to monetize your stream, but every stream has ads now. You used to be able to get away with not having ads, I think, if you weren't monetized. But now you kind of have to. You don't have ads, it's because you're subbed. If you subbed, or if you have turbo, or if you use a an ad blocker. For me personally, I don't care what you do. Whatever is the best ad-free experience for you, I don't care what you do. What's turbo? Turbo is basically YouTube Premium, but without all the benefits. But without all the benefits. Turbo has some extra stuff that doesn't really matter. It's mostly chat features, but the main driving point for it is that you don't watch ads on any stream. Yeah, if you sub to somebody, or if you use your Prime sub, it's only no ads on that person's stream, but Turbo makes it so that it's on every stream. I think... Again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me what you do. I think... Technically, but it's like an almost a negligible amount. I think technically you make less off of Turbo users from ads. I think it depends on... I think the only people that really see much of a difference are partners, but, like your average Joe, like me, we see... I think you see, like, almost no difference from a Turbo user and a regular user. I'm not exactly sure how it works, but That's what I heard, anyway. Again, for me, it doesn't matter. Anything that I make off of this is supplemental. Yeah, I do it because I can afford it and I can't stand ads, and I also don't want to fight with ad blockers constantly. So I pay for it. I'm on YouTube and Twitch constantly, so they're like my... If I'm not playing video games, they're basically my primary form of entertainment, so I don't mind paying for it. Also, it's like across like all your devices as well. It's a little bit harder to get no ads on mobile than it is on desktop, so... And again, that sucks too, because I fucking hate ads. But, it's gotten to the point where, both websites can't stand ad blockers, because they make slightly less money from people from ad blockers, so... Both sites have been kind of going scorched earth on, ad blockers lately, especially YouTube. Yeah, that's the same with me. Well, for YouTube, for premium, I also use YouTube Music. I found it a lot more useful than satellite radio, so I canceled my satellite radio subscription. And I just sync my phone with my car so I can listen to YouTube Music. So that's why I have YouTube Premium. Well, YouTube Premium primarily for the ads, but also for YouTube Music. Yeah, I also have Prime because I order from Amazon. So I have a few subscriptions. And again, Prime Video is the only way that I can actually watch Fallout. And I actually like that show. If I ended up ordering less from Amazon, I would probably get... Prime would probably be the first thing I get rid of, though. If there's one thing when it comes to like entertainment and like products and like services and things like that, never be loyal to any one of them. People are a different story because that's like, you know, respect and trust you earn. So loyalty is a little bit different when it comes to people. When it comes to services, especially when it's just for entertainment, fuck it. Don't remain loyal. You remain loyal to entertainment services like that, you just screw yourself. If you can find a better deal, go for it. Considering that they treat you like a product, you might as well treat them like a product. Like, I have no love for corporations. I just, I I use them as long as they're useful, but the second that they're not useful, I look for something else. The next spot I have to go to, I think, is the Hell Room. Worth it. Actually, yeah, you know what? Probably go to the end so the platform can come up. That way I don't have to worry about it later. Oh, there's way more in there. Oh, right. Right key's up here. This room's a tad scarier because this room is well lit in the original. I'm assuming in the OG PlayStation version it's probably even worse. But, yeah, the lighting's a lot different in here, and it actually makes it a little bit scarier to deal with those. To deal with them. You know what? Before I leave, hold on. Oh, right, yeah. I forgot. This is a lost level, so it wasn't even in the original, so never mind. This, again, the CE devs did such a good job with the lost levels. They feel like they should have been there from the start. I almost forgot that this is a lost level. That was a secret? There's no more secret levels, right? Other than Club Doom, which I know is behind Mansion. But Mansion's not a secret level. God, I love this sound so much. The fuck? Man, he got out there fast. Jesus. Spooked me a little. You know what? I'll save that. I need to get that right now. But still good that I cleared out that room. There you are. Wait, what? How the hell did you get all the way over here? You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if I killed him, like, right as he was walking backward, and then his momentum just, like, shot him all the way over on the other room. Might be a good idea to get this ready. Are both of them supposed to be here? This doesn't seem right. I mean, it's great. Helps me out immensely. I feel like that's not supposed to be there, though. Solely that machine gunner, because I didn't see him right away. Fuck it. And it's kind of nice that the Unmaker is not really a thing here. As much as I do miss it, we wouldn't be able to hear this, like, amazing noise right now. Like, I can't begin to tell you, like, how soothing it is to just hear this constantly. That's why I don't have it on very often, because otherwise, I don't want to get sick of it. Damn it, he's still alive, too. Or maybe there was two of them. Nope, it was just the one. I keep thinking to myself why this is here. And I keep remembering, oh yeah, because there's probably something in there on easier difficulties. I keep having to remind myself of that. It's a BFG on lower difficulties? You know, they could troll you and just put like a health bonus in there on the higher difficulties. A plasma gun? Which one's right? Which one's wrong? Guess we'll never know. Or maybe they're both right. Mr. Happy always takes priority. Probably plasma and hurt me plenty. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, again, it's just funny too, because what if you're a badass and you've only ever played the game on UV? Like even back in the day, you would always wonder why that secret has nothing in it. Yeah, you could either have an energy cell there, or like even if you really wanted to troll the player, just put a single health bonus, like anything there. Because it's actually kind of jarring that there's nothing there on higher difficulties, but it's still considered a secret. Abandoned mines. If I were to make a Doom 64 total conversion, I'd put an Unmaker there. I'm trying to think if if Unseen Evil implemented the Unmaker. I don't remember. I mean, it wouldn't be there, obviously, because it has to spawn where something spawns, but... maybe on the easier difficulties it'd spawn there. This is another level where for the longest time I didn't know how to actually get up there. That would never fully explore the level. Oh, I'm dumb. I can do better than that. Alright, it is a BFG. Oh, this is a bad idea. That was a terrible idea. That was worse. That was a worse idea than how I was dealing with it before. Okay, time to save more frequently so I'm not dealing with the same part over and over. Little bastard. Not even mad, just disappointed. Probably not a good idea to save here, but... 'cause I know there's cacos. Not the serious ones. Wondering how I'm going to approach this. It's still not great. I at least have plenty of plasma ammo. You think you dealt with them all, and there's still one left. I have 1 health. Okay, now I'm saving. Level so far is relatively unchanged. Maybe a bit of a height difference. I feel like this wasn't a cave, though. God damn it. Hold on. Ugh. I was sitting awkwardly. Oh, there we go. I was getting ahead of myself. Oh, this is another fun part. What about that other side? I don't want to go in there yet. What did that do? I don't have to go in there. That could have been bad. That was bad. So we're gonna do that again, because fuck that stupid fucking lost soul. Screw it. Oh, there's a pain elemental in there. I saw him off in the distance. Yeah, they took away 100 health. I probably could have gotten away with that, but you know what? We can do this again. Even cleaner than before. And by even cleaner, I mean much dirtier. Much dirtier. Much worse. Like, stinky kind of bad. Like, absolutely, utterly stank. But we're gonna save, because that stank will eventually go away. I almost jumped right down. Oh, full clear. Well, there was also the portal there. Monster condom. It's Always Sunny has ruined the name of this map for me eternally. I didn't mean to do that. If people are wondering what I'm referencing?
Whoa, whoops, oh! I dropped my monster condom that I used for my Magnum Dong.
That's what I reference every time I see this map name. 30-second secret? Yeah, I never find that. Probably. Something's shooting at me. Hi! Oh, he's dead already. I will never get that lucky. I was about to save. That was semi-panic fire of those rockets, and they all went straight to the arc ball. I wonder if I pulp them like this, can he still resurrect them? I don't think you can even without the giblets. I think it's only if the body remains intact. Uses the Doom 64 Spectre sprite for the Nightmare Demon. And just makes the standard demon sprites translucent for specters. Yeah. I forget if that's how they do it. No, they don't. That's not how they do it. Well, there is a special type of Pinky Demon in Doom 64 CE in some of the extra levels. But I think they're different types entirely. They're not the Nightmare Specters, they're... I think they're toxic Pinky Demons, because I think they actually poison you. So I think these are Barons in Classic Doom. Or at least a decent chunk of them are. So you were the little shit that was shooting at me earlier. The classic version of Monster Condom, there is a Arachnotron in here, I think. Damn it, he still hit me. Yeah, this difficulty still retains the PlayStation layout for the most part, but they do change some things. The arc file is not in every spot, though, I've noticed. That it was in the classic maps. Ah! Okie dokie, Mario. Probably be taking my second break in 15 minutes. Oh. I think this is the 30-second secret. That's why I always miss it. It's not that big of a deal unless I'm actually going for 100%, or probably a bigger deal if I'm playing Pistol Start. Don't even need it. There might be an arc vial down here. They might have added him back in. Oh, they didn't add him back in. I don't even need those. I'm actually pretty good on ammo. Unless he's behind this door, but he's not behind that door in Classic, so... One of my favorite parts. I thought I just instantly died, and I didn't, because I picked up the Berserk pack by mistake. Candy corn on hand, and I'm back. I've never hated candy corn, but it's not necessarily one of my favorites. My favorite, like, if you don't count chocolate, my favorite candies... It used to be Smarties. I think it might be Airheads now. If you do count chocolates, it's Milky Ways. Actually, if you count chocolates, it's Caramello. But Milky Ways are a very close second. I adore caramel. I love caramel so much. Cadbury caramel? I'm not a fan of Cadbury, to be honest. I heard Cadbury is amazing in Europe. Am I thinking of that right? There's a certain candy that they sell in the US that I remember Europeans saying, or a lot of, like, especially my UK audience. Might have even been CC now that I think about it. Someone told me that Cadbury, in comparison to how it's... If I'm thinking of it right, in comparison to how it is in Europe, it tastes like trash here in the US. I don't mind Cadbury, I'm just not the biggest fan of them. You haven't seen the 1980 Cadbury caramel commercial. Fuck off. There. What is it, like... Who was, like, the femme fatale of the 90s, or the 80s? Trying to think. I would say Pamela Anderson, but she's 90. I would say she's more like a femme fatale of the 90s, not the 80s. The Cadbury Bunny. Oh, so it's a furry commercial. Oh, wait, is it that rabbit? I was thinking of something completely different. Is it that rabbit that, sounds like a chicken? Think you mean Madonna? No, it's not a singer. It's an I think it's an actor. I was thinking of. Man, I'm getting my I'm getting my like 1980s, 1990s entertainment all mixed up. I keep thinking it's Michelle Pfeiffer, but I have Animaniacs on the mind for some reason. And if you don't know what I'm referring to, that was Yakko's crush. Well, that escalated quickly. Claudia Schiffer? I almost didn't know who that was. I think I've probably heard that name before, but I barely know who that is. I'm still going for this. These boners have no chill at all. Oh shit. I'm so out of touch with like pop culture now that like I just don't even care anymore. I think my pop culture maybe goes up to the 2000s. My pop culture knowledge, and then I just completely tuned out after that. In the 20s, it's because I was annoyed by it. When I hit my 30s, I was like, I just don't give a fuck. People can like what they like. I'll just listen to my stuff. Or watch my stuff. Because there's so much like good stuff in like the indie scene now that you don't even need to pay attention to pop culture at all. Like I feel like the only reason you would pay attention to pop culture in this day and age is something to talk about when you're at work. To kind of connect with your coworkers. That's pretty much it. Never really cared for pop music. I'm not completely against. Technically, Gorillaz is kind of pop music. A lot of alt-rock is kind of pop music. Alt-rock's not really part of pop culture as much as it used to be, but... Like, I'm not even remotely against anybody that only ever listens to pop music. I just kind of think, if all you listen to is pop music, and you don't branch out at all, you're not really into music. Like I said, you're just listening to something that gives people to talk about, that you get to talk about with some of your friends or something like that. And that's alright, that's fine. But I wouldn't necessarily say that you're into music if all you listen to is like Taylor Swift or something like that. But if you listen to Taylor Swift, but then you also listen to, like, say... Now, Paramore is still kind of pop music. Actually, not anymore. They used to be. But then you also listen to... The Pretty Reckless is mainstream rock, but I wouldn't really call that pop music. Like, say, like something like that, I guess, is probably the best way to put it. Like, you're willing to just listen to something because you like the sound of it, not necessarily because you use it to connect with people. Then I would say you're into music. I sound elitist saying that, but I think it's true. Like, I'm not being elitist about, like, metal or something like that. It's holy shit, people would probably fucking hate me if I said my opinion on metal. Because I don't like Black Sabbath. Or Ozzy Osbourne. I respect them both. Because without them, I wouldn't have the music that I do like, but I just never got into them. I don't like the sound of Ozzy Osbourne's voice. It annoys the fuck out of me. I've said this before multiple times, Lepertic. You know my opinion on it. It's like Shinedown. Like, everybody in, like, my state, Like, Shinedown is huge in Pennsylvania for some reason. I think maybe because some or all of the band members are from here, but I can never get into Shinedown. I don't like the lead singer's voice. Jane's Addiction, another one, too. Jane's Addiction is a little different because I actually love the band, I just don't like that lead singer. Shinedown, the whole band, I don't see what's so special about them. Same with Black Sabbath, kind of. Black Sabbath influenced an entire generation of metal, so, like, I can't really, like, again, I still have respect for them, even though I don't really like Ozzy Osbourne's voice. Great Orders Down is good. I never got into them. They're if you like them, completely valid. Personally, I can never get into them. Even when I was younger, I couldn't get into them. Always hear how many people dislike Nickelback. They're very... They're redeeming in that How You Remind Me, I think, is a legitimately good song. I just don't really like any other stuff that much. They were always in that weird... They come off as very douchey. I'm not sure if that's actually how they are. I think is the problem that a lot of people had with them. They came out around that time where there was this weird aura around certain types of rock music. It's not even like how nu metal eventually became like almost like the jock rock of like the 2000s. Because that's how everybody was eventually like viewing like nu metal. Like nu metal was like basically outcast metal. Like, only like, outcasts listened to it, and it was, like, a bunch of these singers. I love talking about music, so that's why I have to take a break soon, but... I love talking about music. I love talking about music because I like listening to a lot of music. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a critic or anything like that. I'm not, like, Fantano levels, but, But, yeah, nu metal in its infancy... Like, the bands like Korn, I would even say Limp Bizkit falls under this, because they weren't really... For some weird reason, jocks really latched on to Limp Bizkit, but if you listen to a lot of their lyrics, they really talked about how they were outcasts, and they were, how they, like, tried to appeal to the outcasts of their generation, and things like that. It's just that, like, a lot of the douchiest people imaginable ended up latching onto them. Fred Durst kind of had a huge ego at the time. He's a lot different now. A lot of them, like, actually have aged pretty gracefully. Like, even Corey Taylor from Slipknot. I wouldn't even categorize Slipknot as nu metal. I would categorize them as early death metal. And even, they're a little light in terms of the death metal department, but I would barely consider them nu metal, because even though Corey Taylor rapped in the early days, but they definitely grew out of that genre. And also eventually, because nu metal stopped doing... Nu metal was not about, like, guitar solos at all. I remember in an interview, Jim Root was actually disappointed in that. Because he loved doing guitar solos. He grew up with all of those classic metal bands that would have, like, these amazing solos and things like that. Black Sabbath was one of his biggest influences. Again, why I still have respect for that band, even though I never liked them personally. But they started doing solos on their third album, Subliminal Verses. I only don't like Emily Armstrong because of the Scientology thing. I think she'd be a fine replacement, but the Scientology thing turns me off to it completely. Spirit World. Lost level. Oh yeah, this level was never in, OG PlayStation Doom. And, Linkin Park, I like most of their albums for the most part. 1,000 Suns took me a long time to warm up to, but I like them up to Hunting Party. I didn't like the last album with Chester Bennington. I heard a few songs on that, and it was a little too. I don't know about the deep cuts on the album, but the singles didn't appeal to me that much. I would say Hunting Party was like the last really good album that they had. A Thousand Suns was actually a really good concept album. And then Mike Shinoda did do some solo stuff after Chester's death. He also did some remixes. He did a remix of Deftones' Passenger that I really like. And it's kind of funny how that came full circle. Alright. So with that out of the way. I will be right back. I'm gonna take the last break for the night because I need to run ads. In case there's still any new people that decide to show up, I do have to run ads so that they don't get pre-rolls when they first come in, so. Last song for the night. Speaking of music, it has nothing to do with any of the bands we were talking about. This is actually, Alice in Chains, Goddamn. Chains with Goddamn. Goddamn, indeed. Last break for the night. One More Light, a big correction with the album name. Oh yeah, I know. I actually read it as One More Light, even though you said something different. But yeah, grunge music. Grunge music I've been into, for the most part. Pearl Jam is another big band in my area. I've always liked Pearl Jam, though. I've gotten into alternative and grunge a little bit more as I got older. Mainly because I understand the themes more, also because Vinny had a bit of a hand in that. But I wouldn't have gone into it more if I wasn't already into it when I was younger, but I've gotten more and more into it over the years. Like Alice in Chains I like a lot more than I used to. Pearl Jam I like a lot more than I used to. Soundgarden I like a lot. I was really into Audioslave more, but Mudhoney, I actually have not heard of them. I might have heard their songs. Uh-oh, you die right now. I can handle that better. See? Handle that better. All you need is a big fucking gun. I completely forgot that all this does is turn on the lights. I think Soundgarden, favorite band from grunge. Chris Cornell voices out of this world. There will never be another person that sounds like Chris Cornell. I am fully convinced of that. Rest in peace. His death in his death in particular is like really sad. I actually saw him. I never saw Soundgarden live. I saw Audioslave live. That was one of my favorite concerts I ever went to. Seether opened for them, and they did a cover of Deftones' "Change in a House of Flies." Not Audioslave. Seether did. But I was big into Seether at that time because they were kind of like, they're kind of lumped into nu metal, but they were more like post grunge. I think Seether was. Because they wear their influence on their sleeve with the Nirvana influence that they had. I'm not quite into them anymore because they never really evolved their sound over the years. But I did like the, I still go back and listen to their old stuff though. But yeah, I'm at least glad I got to see Chris Cornell live at least once in my life. Even if it wasn't with Soundgarden, it was with Audioslave. But I love Rage Against the Machine, so that's not a downside at all. My knowledge is basically whatever I picked up from whenever I ever hear. More accurately, yeah. I'm probably more into music mostly because I grew up with it. Like both my siblings and my parents all had music's been. All of us have been into like our own types of music. That's mainly, funny enough, mainly the main reason why I'm in the metal, into the metal that I am nowadays. It's a combination of, like, my friends and my mom, because my mom was in the Kiss. And I personally like Iron Maiden. Like, as far as classic metal goes, Iron Maiden's probably my favorite band there. Though I do have a soft spot for Kiss and Aerosmith still. Aerosmith I wouldn't really consider metal. Because they never came off as hair metal. They, maybe, I guess they were kind of hair metal, I guess, but I don't know, they never had that sound, I don't think. I always feel like they kind of shaped mainstream rock. They never had that heavy sound like Black Sabbath and Kiss had. Even Kiss was kind of lighter in comparison to some of the other bands that around that time, like Iron Maiden and Black Sabbath. Oh, I actually killed all the pain elementals. Yeah, Joel would probably hate me if he ever, if there was, like, ever a point where he watched my stream and he saw my explanation for why I don't like... Nah, I think he would probably understand. Especially since I don't call, I don't call, like, Black Sabbath talentless or anything like that. Yeah, far from it. I just don't like them personally. That era in, like, the 2000s where the Osbournes had a, you know, they were, like, on TV all the time, like, with the show, The Osbournes and all that. That really annoyed the shit out of me, but I was kind of, like, you know, I was in, like, the rebellious teen phase at the time. I didn't like pop culture at all. Mainly listen to classic rock. Like, I'm all over the place when it comes to music. But yeah, Deep Purple. Toto's been appearing in my YouTube music lately, so I know they have more songs other than Africa. Because I think they had a song in Vice City that was not Africa as well. Not much more genres, not black and death metal. Well, I like I know those genres exist, I'm not too into them either. If anything, like, I'm probably more into progressive metal at this point than most things, because I listen to Periphery, I like 12 Foot Ninja, they're not really around anymore because the lead singer left. I like Mastodon. Ginger used to not be progressive metal, they've kind of went down that road lately with their later albums. Is it more like groove metal or something? What, like Aerosmith? You could probably put them in groove metal, almost. You know what's weird? They're lumped in with metal artists, but, like, I don't really think I would consider them metal. Is, Ghost. Which I can never really get into. They've never really been for me. I don't know, Ghost is kind of weird and not in a good way, in my eyes. What about Buckethead? Never got into them, but I did hear some of their music before. I like them. They're not bad. If I was ever looking for something a little bit more experimental, I would probably listen to them more. Them and, trying to think of their name. It's not Fish. Is it Fish? The people who did the South Park theme and Jerry Was a Race Car Driver. That's not Fish. Fish are more of like a stoner band. Primus, yeah, it began with a P. Yeah, Primus are fucking weird. I could see myself getting into them if I gave them a chance. Also, they were on the Tony Hawk soundtrack, so I like a lot of the stuff that came from there, too. I was never, like, and that's weird, too, because I was into some punk. Like, I like Bad Religion. I like Bad Religion. MXPX is... They're kind of Christian rock, I think, but I only know them from, SSX3. I think they are. I don't think they really associated themselves with Christian rock, but I think a lot of Christian people latched onto them because they're... Oh yeah, and the Distillers. Yeah, when I went through a bit of a punk phase, just in terms of music, not really in style. I have to look him up. Oh yeah, Faith No More and Mr. Bungle. I'm terrible with names, but yeah, I'm aware of... I never really listened to anything from Mr. Bungle, but I've listened to, like, the stuff that everybody listens to with Faith No More. Yeah, he's another one. Funny enough, he is one, I think he's one of the major influences of Corey Taylor, so, yeah, I have respect for him. Yeah, he's fucking weird, but he's fucking weird in a good way. Mr. Bungle in particular, I think, is probably his weirder side. It's another band, or that's another, thing that, Vinny likes listening to, but I didn't know about Mr. Bungle until I heard Vinny talking about it. I knew about Faith No More before that, though. Yeah, no invincibility on this difficulty. Soul Sphere, though. Yeah, and again, I've already mentioned Gorillaz. They're very weird. Not rock music, necessarily. I mean, Damon Albarn is the frontman for, Blur, but... But, oh, again, that was another... Gorillaz was another band that I was into before... I knew that Vinny was really into it. Like, I did a paper, like, my freshman year of high school, when we had to do a paper talking about the history of, like, some of our favorite bands. I remember I originally wanted to do Linkin Park, because I was really into them at the time, but we couldn't do, like, the same two people couldn't do the same bands, and my one friend at the time really wanted to do Linkin Park because it was his favorite band. So I gave it to him. Hey, Knight. I gave it to him, and I did Gorillaz instead. Everybody wanted me to play Clint Eastwood, because we had to play like an example of their music. I couldn't play it because it was the uncensored version. So I did Tomorrow Comes Today. I should have done 19 over 2000 though, because I had the music video for it. But, I should have did, because Tomorrow Comes Today is, kind of a slow song. 19 over 2000 was, would have been a much more fun song to play. I don't know why I didn't. This is one of my favorite Dooms. This is, yeah, this is probably would be my favorite way to play classic Doom. Pretty abstract and may have been a challenge to articulate. Yeah, but I think people probably would have liked it better that I played that instead of Tomorrow Comes Today. Again, just because it's more lively. There's a band called the Chuck Norris Experiment. They have a rock and punk rock style music. That reminds me almost of... There was like a band, and I'm not sure if I heard this from Joel, but there's a band that styles themselves entirely... They make their albums based off of Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. They make songs based off them, too. And that kind of reminds me of that. Swedish band? I would not be surprised if Joel knows about them, too. And if you don't know who I'm talking about, Joel is Vark Skeletor on Twitch. Variety streamer. He's also from Sweden. Okay, yeah, BFG time. Check that one out. Might just like them. Yeah, if I remember. Definitely sound interesting. He literally took away over 134 health. I died in one hit from that. Didn't even realize that. Okay, one of these days I'll be able to get the BFG shot off before he can launch the Lost Souls. Nah, I don't think it's gonna happen. I think he's just way too fast. Let me see. Rocket launcher might actually be better, now that I think about it. You know what? It's those damn Hell Knights, too. Okay, good. He's dead, so I can save. I always love talking about music. Always puts me in a good mood. Mentioned Fantano earlier, and oh fuck me, never mind. I think he's telling me I shouldn't mention Fantano, but I'm going to anyway. I find it interesting that people get so pissed off at him having an opinion. I don't know, people only assign so much value. They assign so much value to critics' opinions, and I don't really know why. I think Fantano is very well articulate. So, I understand him a lot of the time when he tries to get his point across. Now, whether or not I agree with him, I probably don't agree with him a lot of the time. Or at least when it comes to, like, rock and metal music, to be honest, but, although he did like the new Deftones album. But I don't know, I never took that much stock. I guess if you're, like, really, really into music, like, music is your primary form of entertainment, I could see having some value in hearing, like, his opinion on things. And maybe to get you into certain stuff. Like, knowing what's hot and shit like that. Outside of that, I don't really see much value in it. It's interesting to hear his opinions on different things of music, but... Because, like I said, he's very well read. He's very articulate. And he does obviously know what he's talking about a lot of the time. It's just that I don't really need him to form my own opinion of music that I enjoy. I do like I like his main channel where he just talks about music news. That's where I think he shines for me. Also, he made a bitch out of Ronnie Radke, and I like that. I despise. Despise is a strong word. I don't despise Ronnie Radke. I just think he's a giant joke. And I don't think his band is that good. We're going into bands and artists that I don't like. I would say someone that is pretty low on that list is Ronnie Radke and Falling in Reverse. I don't really understand why they have a bass. And the only other, like, annoying rock artist that I can think of is probably Machine Gun Kelly, because he only wishes that he was a rock artist when he's really just pop. Even he is not nearly as bad as Ronnie Radke is. No right or wrong opinions. Yeah, it's entertainment, so it's not. I don't get too bent out of shape if someone even really has a hot take on it, like music or things like that. Who is Ronnie Radke? He's had a few bands over the years, but he's most known for Falling in Reverse. He's also a hothead that wishes that he had the fame of the likes of, like Corey Taylor, who's, like, known as the Great Big Mouth. Corey Taylor's really not spoken that much over the years, I've noticed. Either that, or maybe he's just primarily on, like, Twitter or, like, TikTok or things like that. I'm not on most social media anymore, so I didn't really get to hear his opinion on things, but... there's always this, there's certain, like, rock artists that tend to have, like, strong opinions on things. And Ronnie Radke is one of those people that wishes he could be as big as those artists that would just, like, talk shit over the years. But he's not nearly as good at it. He also, lost a lawsuit to Anthony Fantano, and he has to pay, all of Fantano's legal bills. That's why I even brought him up at all. It was like a defamation lawsuit, which was like the stupidest thing he could have done because it's incredibly hard to prove that. You can't sue somebody for having an opinion on you. A lot of money? A significant amount. So anytime that guy gets clowned on, like, it's full-on entertainment. I love hearing about it. And again, as much as I don't like Machine Gun Kelly either, he can take comfort in the fact of knowing, hey, at least he's not Ronnie Radke. The second that I pick that up, these platforms arise. Fuck, I forgot it doesn't instantly end the level. Alright, there we go. Drake, one hit, and I know, like... I know, like, next to nothing about most rap music. I know maybe a little bit about Drake, and that's it. And that's usually what the news covers about him. There's been a few rap artists that I kind of like. Like I like Run DMC because they used to Beastie Boys. Most white people love Beastie Boys though, that are my age or older. But Run DMC was good. Yeah, I'm clueless about modern rap. I know a little bit about, like, stuff from the 90s and 2000s. I actually used to like Busta Rhymes when he was in his early weird phase. Wu-Tang Clan, never really got into them either. Cypress Hill is pretty good. I think Outkast, I haven't really heard too much from them, but they have a pretty good following. I would probably like them too, if I ever really wanted to get into rap music or hip hop. And I only know a couple of things about, like, Tupac in terms of songs. And that was, like, that was back in the 90s. And I actually didn't think he was too bad, either. Like, again, rap music and hip-hop, nothing that I could really, like, identify with personally, so... But I have respect for some of it. For some of the more meaningful stuff, anyway. Oh god. Never cared about Eminem. Has some anger issues. He was funny at times in his early days. Especially since, because he would, he had this weird thing where he was like, he like would occasionally clown on other music artists, like, and like pop culture in general. But yeah, rap was never really the biggest thing. Again, even like Beastie Boys, it wasn't until maybe they kind of like started having a resurgence, and this was after they stopped music when their one the one member died. Like I always did like Sabotage and like Intergalactic, like all the hits like that I would hear all the time. Like I did kind of like them still. I've listened to a bit more of their stuff, but I haven't really gone outside of their hits. Yeah, that was kind of like the big thing at the time. Beastie Boys started as a punk band. I could definitely see that. I don't know if I ever heard any stuff from, like, back then. Like, would... That wasn't, like, Fight for Your Right to Party. That wasn't their punk era, was it? Because they were still kind of rapping then. Early Green Day was good. I think they peaked at probably American Idiot, though. I did kind of like 21st Century Breakdown, but they're another... In terms of punk, they're like another band that I didn't really get too into. But I did like some of their stuff. Joe Satriani had... like him, a lot of respect for him. Haven't listened to too much of his stuff, though. I think the big reason why I know Joe Satriani even exists is because of Rock Band. You have some of those not quite as big, but still pretty big rock artists and things like that. I probably wouldn't know that they existed if it wasn't for Rock Band. Those games gave, like, way more respect to, the rock and metal genres as a whole for existing. Hell, that's why I started getting... They were the reason why that band... I swear I have not finished my drink yet. This is 11% alcohol, but I'm savoring it. Steve Vai, I've heard a few tracks from him. That one that he did with Orianthe I really like. I've heard one of his other songs as well. Again, not... I only heard a few of his songs. I never had like a thing. I never had a period where I was like into him and I had to like listen to a bunch of his music, but... I almost fell. I can handle that better.
My gun.
Oh.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Wow.
Bang! I don't see so good, so I missed. Then they ran away. I ran after them.
Okay.
Bang! Try to shoot him in the back. But I don't run so good either.
I gotta put the... I have to set up my soundboard one of these days. I don't know why, but it gets to that point where I'm using my VFG and basically practically blindly firing. I always think of that. Oh. Oh, fuck. No. No. Maybe I'll do that once the stream is done, which it will be in about 10 minutes. Why did I think for a second that this was the end of the level? I really am getting to that point where I should stop soon. I was like, why isn't it fading to red for like a second there? And then it hit me and I was like, oh my god, you are such a dumbass. Is the season. Yeah, I know, I swear to fucking God, it is not the alcohol. I'm really just that stupid. Okay, maybe it's the alcohol a little. Why'd they have to make that sprite look so badass? Once watched some dude playing Doom 1 or 2 and played some classical music in the background. Worked amazingly great. I've done that before with some games. Some games work really well with jazz music. Like, I just have jazz music playing in the background while I was playing some, like, multiplayer games. Quake Champions works well with that, funny enough. Now, you know what'd be good music? I don't know how loud this is actually gonna be. This game is louder, probably. I had to find the worst mix of this, didn't I? Stream hiccup? No frames dropped on my end, so that must be YouTube. It's very soft, and the game is very loud. Might be hearing it now, though. Yeah, I have to stop. I don't know if that will get the stream claimed. But yeah, I don't think it will. I don't care if, I just don't want it muted. I think that one's alright, though. I think, In the Hall of the Mountain King is public domain. You never know with Twitch, though. I'm more concerned about it on Twitch. You never know with them. Alright, yeah, I gotta stop very soon. Like, probably after this level, I think I'm done. I'm getting a little too goofy now. Getting old. It's, for, like, the longest time, I haven't really been able to go for, like, more than 4 hours without, getting at least a little goofy. I can maybe go 6 hours or so back in my 20s before I would start getting goofy when I streamed. No, I think, I forget, because there was no Icon of Sin in the PlayStation version. Again, I haven't played CE in like a few years, so I'm not sure how they deal with that. I think the Icon of Sin level is still part of it, but it might be like the true last level. Because in original PlayStation Doom, it was a giant arena with the Spider Mastermind. And I think a few other enemies. Listen to some remixes and mashups of classic music just for fun. Interested in what people have created. I hear them sometimes, some other artists use them. It's easy to use that for, like, YouTube videos and stuff like that because you don't have to worry about copyright. Twitch doesn't have as much of a problem with this, but YouTube does have a problem sometimes with people claiming public domain works or royalty-free music. So you do have to be careful. I don't make any money off of YouTube, so I don't. They have a pretty high threshold to be able to partner with them. I used to be partnered with them, but I never made it. I never got enough views to really make any money from YouTube, so I wasn't that bent out of shape over getting kicked out of the program, but open the fuck out there. Don't need to kill them. Alright. Redemption denied. Actually, I think this might be... We might be nearing the end, because I think this might be the map... The final map for the PlayStation version, and then after this, I think we fight the Icon of Sin. So, I'm gonna keep going. I'm not gonna stop here. Because after this is probably Icon of Sin, and I can do both. Holy shit. I don't know why that made me laugh. The Spider Mastermind's in timeout. I think that's the end of the level. Right there, yeah. Or not. Probably pick up this rocket ammo. Here's the end of the level right here. There we are, Icon of Sin. Lost 61C. You know what? I think I missed out on, I missed out on Club Doom because I missed out on, the mansion. I thought the mansion was a normal level. Played the long trek back home Doom mod, not sure you know that one. I have not played it yet, no. You know what? I'm gonna take a different approach to this. That doesn't, require me to have a bunch of balls in my face. Okay, that's the BFG is actually not going to work here. Okay, it actually just ends. Yeah, I'm not doing him legit. I hate the Icon of Sin. I know you're supposed to do the Icon of Sin a certain way, but I've done the Icon of Sin legit several times. We're going to Club Doom. Despite the fact that I missed it. We're going to Club Doom real quick. Which is a shame, too, because I found the other secret map. Or I found the Wolfenstein recreations, but I didn't find the mansion which leads to Club Doom. Unless that's in Final Doom. Nah, I missed the mansion. I'm pretty sure, because it leads into, So those are the only two secret levels that I missed. Let me see. List maps. Club Doom might be in Final Doom, but I did miss to, Phobos mission, tech gone bad. No, Club Doom's not here. Club Doom is in, Club Doom, I think, is in Final Doom. I don't see it here. No, there it is. Map 58, the mansion, map 59, Club Doom. It was in the suburbs. Where was it in the suburbs? God, no clip. Yeah, I'm wondering where in the suburbs the exit would have been. Oh yeah, if you're wondering where all the monsters come from, right here. It had to be in the suburbs, though, right? Where the secret exit would be? I was kind of wondering where it would be. I did play that one, I'm pretty sure, because, again, the only two that I missed were the mansion and Club Doom. I was just wondering where the secret exit would have been. PS1 Doom. How to get mansion. Map 58, the mansion, is a secret map that appears in PlayStation and Saturn versions of Doom 2, which can be accessed from Map 44 suburbs. Where on suburbs, though, do you access it? Level grants. Alright. Check chat. Red building, check. Oh, hey, Plasmagon. Red building, check the sides. There it is. That's why I missed it. Alright, I gotta stop for tonight. I wonder, though, yeah, I just wanted to see how I missed it. I might actually do, No Rest for the Living on Wednesday, because I don't know what else to do. How long has No Rest for the Living taken me, though, if I add those 2 levels in? Let me check my own playthrough of it. If my first playthrough of it was, like, within one stream, 1 4-hour stream, then I could probably do it in 1 stream. I like how everything other than what I wanted showed up when I, searched for it. First result in my own channel on YouTube. When I typed in No Rest for the Living. Night of the Living Doom. It's not what I'm looking for, but thank you, YouTube. It's the 3rd result. Which is not even the right result. Why is this only 26 minutes? Probably network issues. PlayStation Doom CE. Probably part 7. That's final PlayStation Doom CE. Why did it give me that? No, this is when I was doing Sigil. Which isn't included anymore because they don't have PlayStation versions of that yet. Or they didn't make PlayStation versions of that yet. But when did I do... When did I do No Rest for the Living, then? Here. Oh, No Rest for the Living probably didn't take me long at all. If it's between, like, Sigil and this. Probably took me, like, 2 hours. So yeah, I could probably do, No Rest for the Living, I think, is as long as a Doom 1 episode. That's gonna be it for the stream for tonight. Yeah, so thank you all for coming. I'll probably do more PlayStation Doom CE, Doom 64 CE on Wednesday. Again, it'll be a longer stream since I have the week off. And before I do that, I'll do Mansion and Club Doom, just because I like those levels. Mansion's no walk in the park either, and I'll have to do a pistol start since I missed it. But yeah, that'll probably be it. If I end up ending early, I'm not gonna be doing anything else. Friday, I still don't know what I'm gonna do for Halloween. Saturday, I will probably start... I'm gonna, since I couldn't dedicate October to horror, I'm gonna dedicate November to getting through my indie shooter back catalog. And I have quite a few games that I can get to. I don't know how long they'll take. I would say probably I'll get through about 3 of them. I know Brazilian Drug Dealer 3 is one I want to start with, and I know that's not that long of a game, so... But yeah, I'll do some, again, I'll try and look for something good to do on Halloween. Something that's only going to take a stream at best. And if I can't really decide on anything, I'll most likely just look up some Gmod horror maps, and we'll just have some fun with those, because they tend to be kind of a hoot. Anyway, take care everyone, have a good night, I will see you all on Wednesday.